Now it's for real. The tactics and squad strengths have all been analysed by committed fans and neutral observers. A confrontation that all football lovers will revel in, knowing that we might be about to witness a...
Hello to you, a very warm welcome from Leverkusen's Bayern. My name's Guy Mowbray. Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Bayer Leverkusen, and they face PSV.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. We just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Here's how Bayer Leverkusen line up. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Edmund Tapsoba in the centre of defence. And leading the attack is Patrick Schick. Here's how PSV line up.
It's certainly a 3-4-2-1 formation, and this can be quite balanced with the 3 central defenders, the 2 holding midfielders keeping it quite tight at the back. But then when they go forward, you've got the 3 attackers and the wing-backs joining in as well to cause problems.
Already. Off we go at 1-0. Stanley. Junior. Thiel. Jürgen Schauter. Joey Veerman. They've lost it there. And the attack is over. Xhaka. Jeremy Frimpong. Granit Xhaka. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Lovely, incisive ball. This has to be. 1-on-1. You've really got to hit the target.
Oh, I think he could have placed that guy. It's really close, but just couldn't find the finish.
India. And it's opened up for him. Could be dangerous. Might give another go here. It's a corner, and possibly the chance to go further in front. And cleared well away from goal. Schauter. Perisic. Come away with the ball. Ronaldo. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Ivan Perisic. Options available in the middle. His disappointment there. Really good pass. Working hard to win it back there. Good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? I'm sure he thought he'd scored there. Great goalkeeping. Till. Decent looking attack this. And this could be. And denied by a top draw tackle. Buendia. Could be something on. Just needs the composure now. Another goal. And it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Mauro Junior. Till. Joey Veerman. Junior. Yerdy Schouten. Mauro Junior. Schouten. Good patient build-up. Kept out, but for how long? Was looking good, but not all the way through. Schick. Schick. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. Oh, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Can he finish? Here it comes. And that's going to be all for the first time. There's the restart. Off we go again. Joey Veerman. Schouten. Till. Veerman. Yerdy Schouten. Till. Oh, worth a shot. A body in the way. Granit Xhaka. Alex Garcia. Adli. Perisic. Great chance here. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. To the box it goes, and he's in just the right place to stop it. And cleared behind for another corner. Oh, a great chance. The effort shut out. Pressure on, it will be another corner. Still can't get the shot through. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Well, he's produced a masterful performance up to this point. 10 out of 10.
Well, he's been outstanding, hasn't he? He's taken his goals so well, but it's everything about his play that's quality. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets his hat-trick in the second half.
De Jong could take things forward a notch here. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Yerdy Schouten. That's excellent. In to cut out the danger. They won't take it from him there. Noah Lang. Plenty of space to attack now. And the shot thwarted. No, it's wide, and it never looked a good idea.
He's got to do better there. The shot was never on. Just got to get it back into an area for one of his teammates to attack it. It's a poor decision, that.
Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. De Jong. That's not a bad-looking ball. bother at all here. The goalkeeper can gather at leisure. Frimpong. Oh, could be a chance here. Perisic! It's in! Oh, they needed that. And they're not out of this game yet. Frimpong. Tapsoba. Alex Garcia. Good passing, not looking to force it just yet. They might have to regroup here, having lost the ball. Shouted. Joey Veerman. That's a good ball. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Ronaldo. From a long way out. Oh, wow! Too right to score from there. It had to be perfect. Teal. Yerdy shouting. Who's Teal? Junior. Teal. Yerdy shouting. Joey Veerman. An attack of genuine promise developing. Now to deliver a good ball in. Could be back in it here. It's in. Well, don't write them off yet. There's the goal that keeps hopes alive. Frimpong. Well, maybe a bit of game management here. Time starting to ebb away. Tom. They've given it away here. Junior. Yerdy shouting. Who's Teal? Now a sense that a late equaliser could be on the cards. Got a chance. Very, very close, but hit too hard to get the bend that was needed to score.
Well, just listen to the noise in here. The fans certainly recognise that they're needed for one last push just to get their team over the line.
Amin Adli. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? Can he finish? Could be a chance to break here. Looking to cut inside. And that has stopped any potential danger. And that's the final whistle.
The atmosphere is building as two sides worthy of the biggest stage get ready to clash in front of a packed stadium. All the action here on EA TV.
A warm welcome to you from Leverkusen's Bayern Arena. I'm Guy Mowbray and Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Bayern Leverkusen and they play Benfica.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. We just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Adli. And he's being urged to shoot. Oh, but a really good save that was. Over it comes. Bar. Vangelis Pavlidis. Fantastic looking ball. Still with a bit to do. This is a promising looking attack. Frimpong. Patient build-up, but not quite the end product. We have to think quickly here. And he's been forced into that. Frimpong. Looking to put the cross in. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Well, and cuts it out. Kirkju. Lovely, incisive ball. Adli. And they've got it back now. Di Maria. That will keep the attack moving nicely. Chance for the lead. That's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Tremendi. Well, under no real pressure, but unable to keep it in play. Unable to retain possession. Di Maria. Looks a good ball. Trying his luck here. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out.
You just wonder how long before they take the lead here. They're certainly piling on the pressure. They just need that clinical finish now.
Yeah, and when they regroup, the next one will surely come soon. Cross here. Xhaka. A really good interception to take the ball. The play just breaking down a little here. That has missed. Needs to reset in time for the next chance. Orkun Kirkju. That's not a bad-looking ball. Adli. Ronaldo. And the keeper has it to avert the danger. This is a positive-looking move. Di Maria, looking for someone at the back post here. And it's in! Oh, no, it won't count for anything.
Oh, how close was that? You've got to feel for him. It's a composed finish as well.
Good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Arsenal. This could be dangerous. Ronaldo. He's hit that well. Oh, wow. No right to score from there. It had to be perfect. Nicolas Otamendi. Well read to gain possession. Buendia. That hasn't got far. Kirchu. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Now there could be a real chance developing. And the game stops with the award of a free kick. Corner to come then, and an opportunity to extend this lead. In the right position to cut out the pass. From a long way out. Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to probably stop that. Towards the edge of the penalty area. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack. The ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Good job done to keep it there. Sloppy on the ball there. Lovely ball, could be a chance. Decent stop by the goalkeeper. Well, still trailing, but maybe an opportunity from this set piece. Under a little bit of pressure, he's managed to put it wide.
Well, he just can't get away from his marker for a clean header. That's top defending.
Oh, yes, all the practice pays off. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Ronaldo. It's on for the shot. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. Ultimate given away is cleverly won. Well, he's certainly been influential in the first 45 minutes. What have you made of his performance, Sue?
Yeah, he's had a good first half, hasn't he? He's looked lively, he's created plenty of chances, and he's been rewarded for his industry with the key goal. Hopefully it's more of the same in the second half.
Genuine chance. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. Amin Adli. Ronaldo. Alex Garcia. Oh, well, sometimes you just have to applaud the defending. Frederick Arsenal. There's a chance for them to go now. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. It had to be, but the defending ensured it wasn't. A chance to get something going here. Having a look. And not this time, it's been saved.
He's certainly looked lively, hasn't he? And you can see that he wants that second goal, but it's a good save from the keeper.
missed by quite a bit.
Oh no, what's he doing there? That's an opportunity wasted. It's got to be a perfect shot to beat the goalkeeper, and that wasn't.
There's room to do something here. Just square things up. That's not a bad save at all. Alex Garcia. Good vision to switch the play. And unable to retain possession. Frimpong. Well, under no real pressure, but unable to keep it in play. That has gone out. It will be a throw. Better on the ball than that. Fired in, low and hard. Not the end to the move they were looking for. Pavlidis. The hard work pays off, they won the ball. Nicely played through. Under pressure, but the keeper's done well to defuse the situation. Plenty of space to attack now. And it's on now. Oh! That has flown into the net. What a strike. A superb volley. Alex Garcia. Grimaldo. Amin Adli. There could be a chance to win the game here. Granit Xhaka. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Well, they could get caught out on the break here. Di Maria.
Well, it's so noisy in here, and the fans are really pushing the side on. They know there's still time for one last chance to get the winner.
Worth a shot. And it's kept out. They've got their keeper defence that's still being level.
Well, when he's called upon, he's ready. And that's such a good save at a really crucial time in the game. It's brilliant from the keeper.
Buendia. A wonderful chance, but he went to whack it rather than place it. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Arsenal. Promising move this, a goal now would surely be the winner. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. And that's a corner, and it could provide the winning moment. Fired to the edge of the box. It's all over as the ref blows for full time.
what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and welcome to this very pleasant, compact stadium. Just a short walk from the Leverkusen Mitte train stop, the Bayern. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary. And my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Bayern Leverkusen versus Barcelona.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
Schick. Determined defending. And a look at the 11 for Leverkusen. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Edmond Tapsoba in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front.
Oh, Derek, what a chance this is.
And a goal! Right off the bat! No wonder they're jumping for joy. Tah. Incapié. Grimaldo with it. A delicious piece of skill. Might be able to set up the chance. Well, offside, but a tight call.
Well, that was really close. It was almost the perfect run, wasn't it?
Dani Olmo. Promising move from Barcelona. And having a goal! Well, they gave him the big build-up, but the keeper has it comfortably. Xhaka. Oh, great vision. Lewandowski. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Jeremy Frimpong. Beautiful pass. Grimaldo. Great strong tackle. Throw in forthcoming. Garcia. He must favour the cross. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Lewandowski. Barcelona have given us away. Lewandowski. Robert Lewandowski with an incisive pass. But no, just offside.
Well, it was close and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
Adli. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Lovely ball over the top. But the flag is raised and that brings this move to an end.
Well, he saw the pass, but he just couldn't get it away quickly enough.
Just get past his man. Buendia. A chance to whip it in. Well, he put the cross into the right place, but no one able to finish it off. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. Xhaka! A smart stop here. At least to take it on.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that was the right option. It's way off target as well.
Dani Olmo. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Might lead to a chance. An alert piece of defending. promising. Really doing a fine job of protecting the ball. Keep. Looking it. Patrick Sheik. No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. Pedri. Alex Balde. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Rafinha. Dani Olmo. Now wasteful from Barcelona. Dani Olmo. This is Robert Lewandowski. Barcelona now in potentially a dangerous position, but timely defending when it mattered. Good ball to switch the play. Really committed himself to the tackle, and a throw in now. And there it is, the half-time whistle. Time is up as far as the first half. So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Dani Olmo. An attack full of promise. Determined defending. Schick. Dani Olmo with it. And now the visionary Lewandowski. That's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Schick. This could be troublesome. Unable to hold this one, and that's offside. Barcelona a little wasteful in possession. Amin Adli. Schick with it. Ronaldo. The attack carried an initial threat, but fizzled out. And passing it well. Amin Adli. He has teammates around him, but really sticking to their task defensively. Well, Patrick Schick bringing his influence to bear on the proceedings in the first half. Stuart, what have you made of his performance so far?
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
And caught by the keeper. 30 minutes left for play. Decisive pass. And it's in! Back in front! Stunning scenes here! Oh, splendid skill. Put away from Xhaka. Oh, nice ball over the top. Xhaka. Emiliano Buendia. Oh, great attacking play. Good pick out of teammates. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Pedri. Jules Koundé on the ball. That's what you call defending from the front. Possibilities here. Dani Olmo. And under pressure, that was a fine claim. Jeremy Frimpong.
Well, these fans are right behind the team here. Can they get the equaliser, though?
And making sure there was no danger in the end. Robert Lewandowski in the middle. Splendid defending. Released it nicely. Cross, planting guile and accuracy. Piero Incapié. Jeremy Frimpong. Emiliano Buendia. Giving it a real go in the wide area. Xhaka. The fans are shouting, shoot! Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Now can they counter clinically? Well, they have to pay attention. And that will be a Barcelona ball. And a chance to whip it in here. Lewandowski. Well, offside here. Such a pity for them. Chance was on. Garcia. Granit Xhaka. The clock is against Bayern Leverkusen, but they're still in this. And it comes down to the final 5 minutes. Good distribution. And space to cross it.
This game is far from over. They'll probably get one more big chance before the end. The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to that noise.
Amin Adli. Chance here. And not quite accurate enough, Stuart.
Well, I think he should do better there, but at least they're now knocking at the door.
Good through ball. Now the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. That's all for this game, and Barcelona off to a flying start. 3 points from their initial match in the... Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. My name's Derek Ray, and delighted to have alongside me, as usual on these occasions, Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's PSV facing Bayern Leverkusen.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And the starting 11 for PSV.
Well, the wingers will be key here. They have to choose the right time to give width and the right time to come infield to support the centre forward. If they can do that, they're a potent front three. No doubt about that.
The lineup for Bayern Leverkusen. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Schouten. And De Jong on the ball. Mauro Junior. Justil. Perisic. Perisic! There it is! A delightful start to this match. Just what they were hoping for. Alex Garcia. Ronaldo with it. Garcia. Granit Xhaka. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. Very quick thinking there. Mauro Junior. Schouten. Plenty of options. Mauro Junior. That's a good-looking ball. And he thwarted the attack with a masterful tackle. Oh, left his man behind here. Well in there to tidy up. Now, who can he play it to? Florian Wirtz. A chance to whip it in. And thwarted there, following the cross. Safe pair of hands, did his job. Ivan Perisic. Ledesma. Teal. And space to attack. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Schick. And now Garcia. Schick. And possession lost by Leverkusen. Nice looking pass. Schick. And given away by Leverkusen. Well, using the space really well. But now can they push on? Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Schouten. Lang. He's blocked it. PSV recovering possession well. Jordi Schouten. Perisic. It has to be. And it goes. That will greatly help the cause. Now they only need to keep concentration levels high. Grimaldo. Alex Garcia. Jonathan Tah has it. Amin Adli. That's a good-looking ball. Unable to hold on to the ball, Leverkusen. Skipping away. Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. Will it happen for them? And the flag does go up offside. Luke de Jong. This attack looks highly promising. Real chance. Oh, body in the way, crucially. And struggling to get the shot off. And a goal! What a magnificent display. It's such a one-sided contest here. Grimaldo. Xhaka with it. Garcia. Amin Adli. Teammates available. And so it is that... Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Ivan Perisic. And he's kept it out, fully stretched, somehow reaching it. Who's going to get on the end of it? Frimpong. Xhaka with it. Adli. Counter-attacking, very much an option. And finally up a cul-de-sac. Oh, big chance! He got a good palm on it. Decent position. Well, that's good defending. Well organised up the back. Lang. Amin Adli. Xhaka with it. Frimpong. Diaz. Well, the pass not finding its target. Shown inside. And Patrick Schick now. Sends it back. Excellent block. Over it comes. Well, did his job defensively. Ivan Perisic. Well, that is how to play advantage. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence. Now can they counter clinically? Beautiful cross towards the near post. Well, at one point on its flight, I wondered if the keeper would have difficulties, but no problems in the end. Theo. Veerman. And now Perisic. And Leverkusen with the ball once more. Ivan Perisic. And the throw-in coming up for Leverkusen. There to win it back. Might be onto something with that ball. Granit Xhaka. Now the counter-attack looks on. Firing it in. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Well, when they go in, it looks spectacular. When they don't go in, you know the rest.
Yeah, it's a difficult bit of skill, and on this occasion, he got it all wrong.
Plenty of support here, but nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Room to manoeuvre on the wing. Oh, a vital interception. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. A bit wasteful from PSV. Well, interesting. Play on, says the referee. Happy to shoot. And a goal! He's put it away. A celebratory moment. Jordi Schouten. Mauro Junior. Teal. It's very pleasing on the eye, this attack, which goes through Perisic. Schouten. Lang. Will he find the net? There it is! Victory more or less guaranteed now. Garcia. Xhaka's lost the ball. Luc de Jong. He has teammates around him. It's a corner. And short it is. Cheek. And hit with ferocity. It was close, but not quite good enough. Luc de Jong. Clean challenge. One minute of stoppage time has been added on. De Jong. Wasn't a great clearance. Magnificent defending. So full time it is, and a morale boosting 3 points off. building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Benfica facing Bayern Leverkusen.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
Evangelos Pavlidis. Taken cleanly by the goalkeeper. And this is how the starting 11 looks for Benfica.
Well, plenty of attacking width in this 4-3-3, but they'll need to get their midfield players to join the centre forward as much as possible. If not, he'll become isolated.
The lineup for Bayer Leverkusen. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. And under pressure, that was a fine claim. Perfect tackle. Grimaldo. Amin Adli. Being pressed here. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it? And Patrick Schick now. Aursnes. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Fisted clear. Adli in a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here.
And the flag was up in good time. It's offside.
Well, he should have realised that was going to be offside. That's a poor decision to play that pass.
Well, you can probably see why we're focusing on this fellow as one to watch. Stuart, in particular, what do you expect to see from him?
Well, he's a natural goal scorer. He just has great awareness of space in the box. And, of course, he's a top-class finisher.
Chance to finish, and a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Otamendi. Leverkusen unable to hang on to it. Di Maria. Possession, Benfica. Now, who can he play it to? Schick. Nicely timed tackle. Di Maria. Schick with it. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Fredrik Aursnes. Di Maria likes to get on the ball. He has teammates to pass it to. Well, so close, and it goes down as a chance to draw level.
Yeah, really good chance to get back into this, I have to say. They just didn't take it.
This looks promising. And now Garcia. It should be! And it's opening up. Oh, that's a fine save.
Fredrik Aursnes.
Schick with it. Given away by Benfica. Distributing it well. A deft clearance. snuffed out the danger immediately. Has eyes for goal! Oh, fine stop. Good through ball. Takes on the shot. Oh, my goodness! What an outrageous hit! I can't believe he took it on from there, and neither can the goalkeeper. Plenty of support here. Grimaldo. Oh, tremendous vision. That is how to put in a challenge. He's been a bit unlucky to concede the corner. Well, he does have a flair for the spectacular, but that wasn't especially spectacular.
Yeah, he just got the technique all wrong. A wasted chance, really.
Aursnes. Possession lost by Di Maria. That is that. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. It's a perfect challenge. Evangelos Pavlidis. Now can they counter clinically? There's so many possibilities, but it didn't happen for them. And threading it through. Grimaldo. Is it going to be? Just failing to hit the target. Good effort, though. Kukcu. On the ball, Florentino. The quality of pass needs to be a bit better. Di Maria. And crossed in there. And there is the goal! Wow, that changes the equation, and they have the momentum now. Amin Adli. Ronaldo. What will the cross work out for them? Oh, cheeky, you might say. Oh, the finish of real class! No wonder he's celebrating. Take a bow. Florentino. Kukcu. So half an hour remaining. Good tackle. So a deflection, and it will be a throw-in. Schick. And Patrick Schick now. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. Well, going for the chip and might now be wishing he hadn't.
Absolutely. He's just wasted a really good position. That's a poor effort.
No let-up on the pressing front. Pavlidis. A real opening now. The importance of that tackle cannot be overstated. Pavlidis. And foul it is then. Oh, this is looking promising. But no damage done, that's the main thing. Cookchu. Well, they've given him too much space. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. And it's a quality pass. And they could get one back here. That really would have changed the equation had it gone in, Stuart.
Well, he needs...
Chance here. Goalkeeper getting in the way. Superb save. And there's the delivery. Well, far too much on that particular cross. It'll be a Leverkusen ball. Adli. Grimaldo with it. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Oh, nice ball. Simple for the keeper. Aursnes. Promising position here for Di Maria. And a super header. It looked as though it might be going in. A concession of a corner here. Well, no threat posed by the cross. Bodies forward and the break looks on. Real chance. Oh, a brilliantly timed tackle when it really mattered. 10 minutes to go. Cookchu. And he's made headway. Oh, a save right out of the top drawer. Super stop. Schick. A very timely interception. And he has options available. Buendia. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Well, the perfect tackle, really. And now a throw-in. Aktur Kolum. And that's gone out of play for a Benfica throw. It's a neat move. Di Maria just missing narrowly on the volley.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he caught it so well. He's unfortunate.
Now, what can they produce on the flank? Options in the centre. And defensive play to be applauded. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Trying to open up the defence. Oh, that is a superb save. And there goes the final whistle. Well, they've got to make up for lost.
The stage is set and the tension is palpable. 90 minutes of what should be highly entertaining and absorbing football to come. And it would take a very brave person indeed to predict the outcome. What an enticing prospect. Find out how it unfolds right here on EA TV.
Greetings from Barcelona, one of football's spiritual homes. Guy Mowbray here for commentary with Sue Smith alongside me. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Barcelona and they face Bayer Leverkusen.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Here's how the home side lines up.
Yeah, looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker. But you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
Here's how Bayer Leverkusen line up. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. Delivered towards the far post. And he got his head to it. Has missed horribly. Poor effort. Oh, that's been won really smartly. On he goes. Terrific. Well, he wouldn't let him get away that easily. Oh, yes, all the practice pays off. This has to be. The goalkeeper more than ready for it. Corner taken short. Decent looking attack, this. Danger averted for now. Rafinha. Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. Lewandowski. Good work to regain possession. Garcia. Barca recovering possession well. Oh, a challenge we used to call a professional foul. Surely a yellow card. And it's only just missed. What a magnificent effort that was.
Oh, it is, and I didn't expect him to shoot from there, but he's got the belief in his ability to try it, and that was not far off.
Dani Olmo. And unable to retain possession. Is incomplete. Nicely won. Grimaldo. This could be dangerous. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? Schick. He's in here. And there's the first goal of the match. Deadlock broken. So it's Barcelona with the ball as the game restarts. Can they find a response? Adli. On to Lewandowski. With the chance here. In the right position to cut out the pass. Grimaldo. Cuts it back. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Barcelona trying to get things moving, but it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Lewandowski. Oh, they didn't quite join the dots as they should there. Just offside. Alex Garcia. A lot of room for them here. Ball back with Barcelona now. Getting a bit congested in the middle of the park. Lewandowski. Dani Olmo. And that's a decent save, at least certainly made to look that way. Maybe a chance for Barcelona to level from the corner. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. What a chance here! Surely. It's in, and it was always going to go in, with nobody in the way. So the lead is now 2 as the game restarts. Promising looking ball. Oh, chance here. Very well kept out, alert and ready. And that's going to be it for the first 40. The restart, off we go again. Grimaldo. Barca exploiting the space on the flank. Dani Olmo. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Grimaldo. That's across the line, it'll be a throw. Players waiting in the centre. Now, what can they do from here? Could pull one back here. It's in, and this game isn't lost or won just yet. Barcelona just one behind now, and you sense the momentum maybe with them. Ronaldo. Now a sense that something could happen from this. Schick. Counter looks on here, options available. Rafinha, he's hit that well. Back off the post. The attack comes to an end, disappointing.
Well, so unlucky not to be level in this one, Guy. It was a great effort, but you just wonder if they're going to look back on that, though.
Their focus now has to switch to the other side of the game. Good work from Barca to win back possession. Schick. Real opportunity. And there's another one. Valuable breathing space for them now. Finds himself with space now. Xhaka. And it's on now. And they're 3 in front now. What a performance this has been so far. Pedri. Now Lewandowski. And they've scored! A goal to get the stadium jumping. Alex Garcia. Xhaka. Move of real promise now.
Well, just listen to this reaction. They're affording their opponents far too much time and space on the ball. They've got to press with more intent.
Struggling to keep the ball there. Quick into the tackle, and the result is a throw. In the right position to cut out the pass. Ronaldo. Well, you have to praise the improvisation, but to be fair, it never looked like troubling the keeper. Dani Olmo. Now Lewandowski. This is better, but they need to make the pressure count now. And it's nicely stopped and held by the keeper. Incapia. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. This is a promising looking attack from Barcelona. A little too strong there. It'll be a goal kick. Good vision to switch the play. Really good pass. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Oh, late pass or slow getting back. Offside either way.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. You've got to give him time to get back on side. Surely he can see what's going on.
Buendia. And that's one taken for the team. The attack stopped, but maybe at a cost. Oh, great technique and accuracy, but the keeper able to turn it away. And it crosses the line for a corner. Read the pass well and cuts it out. This is a good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? Good work to regain possession. Grimaldo. Good challenge and a throw in to come. Now, can he get the cross in? Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Beautifully weighted ball. And that's the final whistle.
Well, we have what's surely going to be a thrilling game in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and the fans are pouring into the stadium. The anticipation is palpable.
Hello and welcome to Dortmund's Signal Iduna Park. My name's Guy Mowbray. Sue Smith is alongside me for commentary, and we've got action for you from the Bundesliga today. It's Borussia Dortmund and they take on Leipzig.
Cheers, Guy. I think it's so important that both teams start on the front foot, take the game to the opposition, and an early goal would certainly settle any nerves.
This is how Borussia Dortmund line up.
Yeah, it's a 4-5-1, but it will morph into a 4-2-3-1. The single centre-forward will be supported by the number 10, and you'd expect them to rotate and swap positions just to try and drag defenders out. The wide midfielders, they'll offer a threat in behind.
Lois Openda. Riedler Baku. Well read to gain possession. Julian Brandt. Need to get tighter here, and that's a shame for them. Nothing doing. Dortmund with width here. Gross. On to Özcan. David Rau. Simons. Dortmund recovering possession well. Simons. Riedler Baku. Campbell. That's not a bad looking ball. Campbell. And the attack is over. Good defending. Rami Ben-Sabiini. That's a throw-in. They'll have to win the ball all over again. Adeyemi. This is looking good. Now what comes next? Julian Brandt. Can he finish? It's in! 1-0! And that could change the shape of the game. Andara. Billy Orban. Campbell. Xavi Simons. David Rau. Has the space to whip it in here. From a long way out. A decent try, not far away.
Oh, that's really unlucky. It was close, and if they keep working hard to create chances, I'm sure he'll put the next one away.
Girassi. Brandt. The crowd urging him to shoot. Genuine chance. Quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. Andara. David Rau. Now it needs a good ball in. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Julian Brandt. Really good pass. Real opportunity. He's on now. Oh, that's fabulous from the goalkeeper.
Yeah, it is. What a fantastic save that is. It shows great power and agility to get to it.
Emre Can hits the upright. Oh, really good goalkeeping there.
Well, they're unlucky not to be 2 up. It's a decent effort as well. The advantage you just think would have calmed the nerves a bit, I'm sure. But you do feel they still need another goal just to make it a bit more comfortable.
Well, they can't go any further here. Offside. Oh, yes. All the practice pays off. To deal with the danger. Beautifully weighted ball. Campbell. Xavi Simons. That looks decent, making progress here. Oh, offside. A really tight one.
How close was that? Looked like he was going to be through on goal, but he's just offside. I'm sure he'll keep making those runs, though.
And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Xavi Simons. Ridla Baku. Getting into a good position. This could be threatening. They could level it here. And the ball is still alive. The effort shut out. Chance to level it up now from the corner. Corner hasn't amounted to much. And that's going to be all. Away we go then for the second half. Haidara. David Rao. Amadou Haidara. Campbell. Baku. Amadou Haidara. Dortmund come away with it. Gross. Pascal Gross. Dortmund have the ball back now. Chance to deliver into the box. Pulls it back. Brandt. Still not away here. Looked like something building there, but no longer. He's asked plenty of questions of the back line. It's certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, he's played well, and the goal will be the standout moment, but I've been so impressed with his work rate too. I'm sure he'll want to keep that intensity up in the second half.
Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Rami Ben Sabaini. Nice vision in that pass. Had a good bit of defending to stop it. Ridla Baku. Free kick awarded here. The refs viewed that as a foul. Good work to beat the challenge. Nicely played, saw the threat and stopped it. Now there could be a chance to counter. Making decent progress here. Cut back nicely. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. to brute force when a cool head was needed. Leverkusen. Openda. David Brown. And a good tackle results in a throw-in. Amadou Haidara. Struggling to keep the ball there. This is a promising looking attack. Brown. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Emre Can. Julian Brandt. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Connection, it's far, far too high. Baku. Openda. In the right position to cut out the pass. Brandt. Haidara. Benjamin Šeško. David Brown. Need to find a way to that late leveller, and this could be it. Amadou Haidara. Xavi Simons. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product.
Well, just listen to the fans in here. They just about kept their noses in front, but can they see this through now? There's really not long to go.
A terrific tackle. The chance is gone. Ryerson. Now Salih Özcan. Julian Brandt. Seru Girassi. Niemi. Moving in field here. There is the final whistle.
The tension is palpable and you can understand why. Two high-level sides about to face each other, and it's anyone's guess how this is going to end up. It's Borussia Dortmund. They face Bayern Munich, and it's live next on EA TV. And hello from the Strobel Allee. We find ourselves at the Signal Iduna Park. It's Borussia Dortmund against Bayern, a game of real resonance here in Germany. Derek Ray here on the commentary gantry, and I'm joined by Stuart Robson. Stuart, what are you expecting today?
Well, I'm expecting a really close game today. This is a rivalry that's been really good in recent times. Yes, Bayern have dominated, but on their day, Dortmund can outplay anybody, particularly in this wonderful arena.
Adeyemi. And there the move ends for now. And introducing the Borussia Dortmund side.
Well, I think they have a nice balance to their team. A solid back four, two holding midfielders, three creative players in advance of them, and a mobile centre forward. It's a good team.
And so the starting 11 for Bayern. Dayo Upamecano plays alongside Eric Dyer in central defence. And the centrepiece of the attack today is Harry Kane. Poor ball and easy for the keeper. Jamal Musiala. Now Harry Kane. He might be through here. In it goes. An early goal. No wonder they're celebrating. Özcan. It's a good Dortmund move in the making. Karim Adeyemi. And Bayern doing well to win back possession. Sané. Karim Adeyemi. Determined defending. Harry Kane. Lovely ball over the top. And defensive play to be applauded. Well, he dealt with that ball played in rather well. Leroy Sané. And fed forwards. And keeper's ball. He made it look as though it was never in any doubt. Trying to open them up. And it's still on. What a save. Sloppy from Sané. Well, that's one for them to pursue. But no, just offside.
Well, it was close and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
Olise. Acres of space afforded Bayern. A really good pass. Just had to look a bit lively given the pressure. Wasteful from Dortmund. Olise. Too much space. Pins in the centre. Very quick thinking there. And a chance for Bayern to use width to good effect. Sané. Just can't get it past him. Karim Adeyemi. Looks interesting. And there's a quality defender in action. Well, the keeper didn't have too much time. Michael Olise. Konrad Laimer. And Dortmund recovering possession well. Karim Adeyemi. make something of it. And Borussia Dortmund in a position of menace. Well, possession ceded. Jamal Musiala. Sané has it. Davies. And a chance for them to nudge in front. And a goal! In the lead again! Fully deserved! Karim Adeyemi. Zali Özcan with it. Couldn't quite find his teammate. Is going to be all. And the ball is moving again. Bayern Munich in front, but there might still be a few twists and turns before this match is over. Olise. Sané has it. Joshua Kimmich. Timely intervention. Rami Ben Sebaini. Nico Schlotterbeck. Well, trailing, but this looks promising. And under pressure, that was a fine play.
Fans are certainly having their say. Just listen to them. They thought that was a penalty.
Is it going to be? Well, it's a long way off target, you've got to say. High pressing and good high pressing. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Yeah, he played well, I thought. When he had the ball, he made the right decisions, and he certainly affected the game.
Decent looking pass. And passing it through. A very effective clearance. Counter-attacking possibilities. Well, that is how to break up a counter-attack. And it's gone out of play for the Dortmund throw-in. Comfortable in dealing with the cross. How can he get on the end of this one? Just needs to steady himself. The keeper's delighted to see that sail well over the bar. Goal kick. Brandt. Adeyemi. This looks more than decent. Michael Olise. And Dortmund regaining possession. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. This looks promising. Cuts it back. A goal for Bayern to extend their advantage. Pascal Gross. Adeyemi. It is a decent-looking attack here. Possession ceded by Dortmund. Girassi. Opportunity here. There it is! A goal to reduce the arrears and give them hope that they can turn this round. Kimmich. Bayern have given us away. Into the last 15 minutes of action. Alphonso Davies. Passing it accurately. High quality defending.
Well, these Dortmund fans are demanding more from their team. They need to find a goal from somewhere and quickly.
And quick thinking defensively. Jamal Musiala. Return to Sané. They'll be looking to add to their advantage from this corner. Nicely blocked, but he's got to get rid of it. Well, threat over for now. It certainly wasn't a clean tackle, and the referee has got to book him, I think. Nicely timed tackle.
Well, it's getting late in the day now, Derek. Can Dortmund find an equaliser? The fans certainly think so.
There might very well be late excitement. 5 minutes left, and the margin chance here. It's firmly fisted away. So Bayern pushing to add to their lead. It'll be a corner. Towards Harry Kane at the back post. Well, catching it sweetly, but not quite the accuracy he was looking for.
Well, it's always a difficult technique on the volley, but I think that's a massive chance he should score from.
Not too fussy in clearing his lines. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Well, it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Pascal Gross. Really good, strong tackle, and it'll be a throw-in. Well, they no longer have the ball. Far from a smooth challenge. Now, will the referee produce a card? Harry Kane. And there goes the final whistle. Defeat for Dortmund. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action. And a warm welcome to the Signal Iduna Park. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary, and my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. And we have live action from the Bundesliga coming right up. It is Borussia Dortmund up against Stuttgart.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
This is the lineup for Dortmund.
Well, it's certainly a back four, but I think we'll see a lot of rotation in midfield. They just need to have a good understanding about when to support the front player and when to drop that little bit deeper.
Well, they might score here, Stuart. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Brandt. Decent position for Dortmund to be in. But nothing comes of it. Leveling. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Özcan. Plenty of support here. But the danger averted for now. Oh, good vision. They were playing fluid football, but then the foul, and now you would anticipate a yellow card. Firing it towards goal! And you've got to say, meat and drink to those in the wall. Dennis Undav. Can they nudge in front? And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Pascal Gross. Rami Bensebaini. Has a go. Oh, there it is! A back and forth sort of match. Now they're level again. The lead lasted nearly minutes. Angelo Stiller. Nick Woltemade. And playing it through. Timing was perfect. Ball one. Could be threatening. Just can't get it past him. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. A lot of space afforded Borussia Dortmund. Fury. Can they forge ahead? They do! And you've got to say they're good value for the lead. Pascal Gross. Karim Adeyemi. Emre Can. And it's with Wagnerman. Is it going to end up being productive for them? Well, able to close down the shot. Corner kick awarded. And let's see if this will help them add to the lead. Very quick thinking there. And he has options available. Could be dangerous. Huge block. Who can they pick out? Not the result from the set piece they were looking for. Brandt. Brandt. This could level it. Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. So as we approach the half-time interval, Dortmund facing a deficit. Work to do for them. Stuart, what have you made of their performance in the first half?
Well, it's been a good game so far, and they've played a big part in that. But if they are to get back into this, they need to be more disciplined defensively. They've just been too open at times.
Oh, it might be. And not cleared away properly. And possibilities here. Wonderful chance. In it goes! Delighted to be two in front. Things look good for them now. Just the challenge that was required. Brandt. The referee's whistle, and so the first time. The second half restart here at the home of Borussia Dortmund. Benfica. Tremendous vision, and Borussia Dortmund come away with it. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Determined defending. Fury. Karim Adeyemi. Brandt. And possession lost by Dortmund. Brandt. And thumped away.
Well, could this be the turning point? The fans are certainly hoping so.
And ably dealt with. Stuttgart doing well to regain possession. Özcan. An encouraging move from Dortmund. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Wagnerman. Well, we have 30 minutes to go. Dangerous looking attack. Karim Adeyemi. Labelling. And it's with Wagnerman. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Wagnerman. Chris Fury. Well, a joy to watch. That's the sign of a well-organised defence. Girassi. Right
had Dortmund gone 2 down, I couldn't see them recovering. They need to improve and improve quickly.
Nick Woltemade. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end.
And if these Dortmund players aren't inspired now, they never will be. These fans have been brilliant.
And under pressure, that was a fine play. Minutes left for play. He's got space. Credit to them for winning back possession. Good looking sequence, but nothing comes of it. Undav. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Sound piece of goalkeeping.
Well, Dortmund haven't been at their best, but they might just get one more big chance to draw level here. Their fans certainly think so. Just listen to them.
Down by a goal. This could be the final opportunity to snatch something. Can he find the right pass? It's a fierce effort! Missing the target by a tiny margin.
Well, it's a difficult skill to get right, but he almost pulled it off there. He made such good contact with the ball.
Dennis Undav. Well, the ball back with Dortmund now. Decent looking pass. He's managed to lose his marker, and he was able to make amends. The conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Well, they seem to be onto something positive, but it faded away. Adeyemi. Committed challenge. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Woltemade. Opportunity it is. Marvellous anticipation. And there we have it. The referee brings...
a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments from kickoff. All the action coming live.
A warm welcome to Leipzig's Red Bull Arena. I'm Guy Mowbray, and alongside me for commentary is Sue Smith. We've got live Bundesliga action on the way. It's Leipzig facing Borussia Dortmund.
Thanks, Guy. Well, being in and around the ground before kick-off, the fans are buzzing. They can't wait for this game, so hopefully it's a fast-paced, entertaining match.
Looking to put the cross in. This is the Leipzig lineup.
Well, it looks like a 3-5-2. When defending, though, that could turn into a 5 at the back. But when they attack, the two wing-backs, they're going to be expected to get forward in support. Lots of work for those two, but they certainly are capable.
Can he finish? And it's an early lead. A terrific start. Özcan. Julian Ryerson. Julian Brandt. Pascal Gross. Now Salih Özcan. Ben Sabiini. On to Özcan. Rami Ben Sabiini. Dortmund trying to get things moving. Adeyemi. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Openda. One that tightens their grip on this game. Slotterbeck. On to Özcan. Adeyemi. Ben Sabiini. Ryerson. This looks promising from Dortmund. Pascal Gross. Salih Özcan. This is Brandt. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Adeyemi. There it is! A lifeline in this game. And surely momentum is with them now. Incredible! Well, Borussia Dortmund may still be behind, but this game feels like a contest again now. David Rau. Willi Orban. In the right position to cut out the pass. Pascal Gross. Double.
He showed really good movement to get himself into those goal-scoring positions. Just couldn't quite find the clinical touch there.
Simons. Chance to get in behind with that. Campbell. Great chance here. aggressive ball. Haidara. Šeško. Today, a superb performance. They can't contain him. Now Salih Özcan. And the keeper could be in trouble. And goalkeepers don't mind those. Watched it all the way through. Karim Adeyemi. Now Salih Özcan. Well, not long to go until the break, and the hosts are in complete control. Your thoughts on what they've shown us?
Yeah, they've been the better of the two sides. They've created some good opportunities as well, and I'm sure they'll go into the break pretty happy with the scoreline.
Ridla Baku. Showing good wit with this attack. Deliver into the box, and somehow he's been denied. Superb work. And they've squandered possession too easily. And with that, so the second half begins. With Borussia Dortmund needing an awful lot of improvement after that miserable first 45. Rami Ben Sabaini. This is Brandt. Özcan. Patient build-up as they look for a way back into this. Girassi. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Very quick to close down. Kevin Campbell. Benjamin Šeško. Oh, good ball in behind. Looks to lift it. It's in! And of course it's in! It's a masterclass in finishing to complete his hat-trick. Serhou Guirassy. Pascal Gross. Moving forward under no real pressure. Could be dangerous. Super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. What a chance. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. Simons. Over. Really good defending. Now there could be a chance to counter. Someone needs to get onto that. Any chance has gone for now. And denied by a top draw tackle. Superb technique to get past his man. Brandt. Adeyemi. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. And the ref has played advantage here. Julian Brandt. Could be a chance to break here. Trying his luck. The goalkeeper more than ready for it. Played towards the edge of the penalty area. But that's not troubling the goalkeeper at all.
It's a difficult technique and he gets it all wrong. It's well off target.
David Brown. Well read to gain possession. Looking to cut inside. Doesn't want to lose it now. Oh, it's in! Oh, yes, what a way to silence this crowd. Billy Orban. David Brown. Campbell. Baku. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. David Brown. It's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. And it's there! A lovely, lovely way to score. Made a difficult finish look very, very easy. He's hit that well. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. Big a try. And that's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Throw in here for Leipzig. Openda. There's good width to this attack now. Dortmund exploiting the space on the wing. Looking to create an angle. He went for power, but he got it all wrong. It's missed by a distance. Baku. Campbell. Openda. And it's on now. And that's pretty straightforward for the keeper. And the threat has gone. There is the final whistle.
teams heading for what's sure to grab the interest of football fans around the world. Total coverage coming up next on EA TV.
A very warm welcome from Munich. I'm Guy Mowbray, and the former England forward Sue Smith is with me for commentary. And we've got action for you from the Bundesliga today. It's Bayern Munich facing Borussia Dortmund.
Cheers, Guy. Well, I'm sure both managers will have given them the final instructions. Go out and give it their all. Hopefully, that'll be enough for a positive result. I'm looking forward to this one.
Untidy in possession there. This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Eric Dyer plays alongside Deo Upamecano as the centre-backs, and the main striker is Harry Kane. This is how Borussia Dortmund line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker, but you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
Able to skip past. But that's where it ends with the ball won this time. Musiala. Trying his luck from range here, but hasn't managed to force any sort of save.
Well, it's close, but the keeper got across quickly. Maybe just needed a bit more composure in front of goal to finish off the chance.
No surprise to see who we focused on as our player to watch in this game. You would presume that he'd play a really big part.
Yeah, it's his ability on the ball for me. I know it's a cliche, but it's almost as if he's got it on a string at times. He's just able to manipulate it so well, work within those tight spaces, and then can pick out the right pass or get his shot off. I'm really looking forward to watching him today.
Defensive job done for now. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Seru Girassi. Bayern Munich have it back now. This looks promising from Bayern. Seru Girassi could be dangerous. Oh, he caught that with everything he's got, but it's missed the target, only just too high. Kane. Oh, good ball in behind. And it's there! And he's put that one away very nicely indeed. Action underway once more with the onus on Dortmund to find a response. There could be something building for Dortmund here. Struggling to keep the ball there. Delivered into the box. Well, that's as easy as it gets for a goalkeeper. Oh, a drop in focus and a cheap throw-in conceded. Julian Brandt. Offside has been given here. And unable to retain possession. Line to go a long way with this. Into the area it goes. Oh, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Pushing forward with options available now. And that's where it ends. Julian Brandt! No problem at all in keeping that one out. Bayern regaining possession. Michael Olise. Read the pass well and cuts it out. And the ref has played advantage here. But the ball just won't stick with anyone here. This is a good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? A nice cutback. And ready for it coming his way. Fired to the edge of the box. An ambitious effort, and it's not far away. It deserved a goal.
It did, and he makes it look so easy, and it's not. It's a great technique. Catches it nice, but he just can't quite find the target.
Kane. Keep his marker here. Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. Julian Brandt. Oh, great work. What's next? Julian Brandt. It's in, and this game isn't lost or won just yet. Away we go then for the second half, with Bayern holding the lead, but only just. Line. Deo Upamecano. Onto Lime. Michael Olise. Careless there as the ball changes hands. Michael Olise. And the ball is lost. Problems now for them. Musiala. Davis. Played into the penalty area. And the defence tidies up nicely. Julian Ryerson. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Could be a chance to break here. Have to get back at pace. We've witnessed a first-class display from Harry Kane up to now. How would you rate him, Sue?
Yeah, it was an incredible performance. Really the difference between...
Oh, it's still in there. He's into it, but couldn't keep the effort down. Away it goes. Bayern moving the ball forward with purpose. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. This could be dangerous. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Counter looks on here, options available. And on they go. Pascal Gross. Ben Sabini. Getting into a good position. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Gets past really nicely. Beautifully weighted ball. Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. passing and the movement is good here. Julian Brandt. Now the play goes for a throw-in. Gross. Can he finish? Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. He's hit that well. Well, it looked promising, but it hasn't proved to be much of a test. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Kane. Kane. Drifting in off the flank. A bit sloppy in possession. Could turn out to be a really good ball. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Leroy Sané. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Kane. And the game stops with the award of a free kick. And the woodwork has been shaken.
This is so unlucky. It's such a long way from goal. He took the opportunity and nearly got his reward. So close.
Out of play. Throw in to come. They need to be better on the ball than that. Now, this has to be. It's there. And maybe there could still be something in this game. Olise. Not so much given away as cleverly won. And that's more than comfortable for the man in goal. That will keep the attack moving nicely. Looks to level it. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. And there is the final whistle. Plenty of positives for the...
Two great sides going head-to-head in what's sure to be an exciting fixture. Join us for all the action coming up next.
Welcome along to an evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great order too. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary. Delighted to be joined by Sue Smith. And we've got action for you from the Bundesliga today. It's Stuttgart facing Borussia Dortmund.
Well, thanks as always, Guy. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's been buzzing ahead of kick-off. Let's hope the football lives up to the atmosphere.
Oh, yes, all the practice pays off. Able to get a body in the way. Here's the Stuttgart team sheet.
Yeah, it's a 4-5-1, but it will
Sorry,
move.
Sue, chance here. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved. Able to come away with the ball. Karim Adeyemi. Now there could be a real chance developing. And they've got it back now. Angelo Stiller. It's all a bit too crammed in the thick of it here. And he's offside, the flag is up. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Adeyemi. Real opportunity. Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to probably stop that. And they take a short corner. Grant. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Forward progress continues. What a chance! And the first blow is delivered. 1-0. Will Borussia Dortmund get the game restarted, finding themselves behind? Julian Brandt. He's beaten his marker here. It's sloppy in possession. Now, what can they do from here? And this could be! It was a great chance, but great defending too. Pascal Gross. Oh, super challenge! He stopped a certain goal. Jamie Laveling. Lovely ball, this could lead to something. Angelo Stiller. Dortmund recovering possession well. Laveling. Turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. Looking to cut inside, but able to deal with the danger decisively. Well defended. Girassi. Well, it's a poor ball, giving possession back cheaply. A move of real promise now. Has a go. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. The ball comes in. Only half the job done there. Well, that was looking good, but nothing to come from it. And a challenge there that will surely result in a card. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Dennis Undav. Adeyemi. And the defender left behind. Oh, could regret that. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Good strong tackle, it'll be a throw-in. Chris Furyk. Genuine chance. Oh, it's easy. And there is no missing those. An open goal for them to enjoy. So away we go again at 2-0 now. Furyk. Mittelstädt. The referee's whistle brings the first 40. And so the second half kicks off, with Dortmund knowing they must show significant improvement. Ben Sabini. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Girassi. Untidy in possession there. Adeyemi. This to get back into it. Oh, that might be one to talk about afterwards. Offside, but only a hair in it. Furyk. This is Brandt. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. That's one out of play. Throw in to come. Maximilian Mittelstädt. It looks the right ball. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Good challenge and a throw in to come. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
He's done well, hasn't he? The standout is obviously his goal, but the quality of his all-round play has been impressive. He'll be hoping he can continue that level in the second half.
The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Dennis Undav. Dortmund with width here. And the promise of something happening is over. A chance now for a quick transition. Down nicely and in. And still danger here. Crucial defending. And the goalkeeper has got it back in his grasp.
Well, he's certainly relieved he could gather that, but what a brilliant initial save.
They're not getting close enough here. Real opportunity. What a terrific effort. That would have been special.
Well, he watches the ball all the way, connects with it perfectly, but just can't find the accuracy. It's a great effort, though.
In the right position to cut out the pass. Well, under no real pressure, but unable to keep it in play. ball in behind. One of those why not moments, and we've just seen why not.
Well, I'm not sure why he's gone for goal there, Guy. It's the wrong option. No accuracy on that whatsoever.
And they've got it back now. Plenty of open space here. And he's being urged to shoot. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. They need to be better on the ball than that. They're getting into a good position. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Nicely played through. And that's been superbly won on the slide.
Now listen to the noise. The fans are adamant that that was a penalty and it wasn't given.
Neither side doing a good job of holding onto the ball. Great chance here. The goalkeeper more than ready for it. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Labelling. Having a try. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. Something different from the corner. Only half the job done there. Well, they've done the hard work, it seemed, but no end product. The aiming. Comeback could be on here. It's in. Now have they got the belief and the time to get another? Labelling. To find a way to that late leveller, and this could be it. Some good work to win it there. Now, can he get the cross in? Could take things forward a notch here. Well read to gain possession. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Another goal! And one that surely will seal the win. Well, the referee has blown, and it's a disappointing result from the door.
Two of the glamour clubs in English football, but real substance at the core of both Manchester City and Arsenal. They meet here in the city of Manchester, and we're just about ready to go with live coverage on EA TV. Good evening and welcome. There's so much to be enthused about going into tonight's contest here at the home of Manchester City. My name is Derek Ray and my commentary partner on this occasion is Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It is Manchester City up against Arsenal.
Well, Derek, as is always the case, the team that dominates midfield will be the team that controls the flow of the game. And that, for me, is the area that's key today.
And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson gets the nod in goal. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And lining up through the middle in attack today, Erling Haaland. And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. Gabriel plays alongside William Saliba in central defence. Martin Odegaard plays alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. He has teammates around him. Marino. Looked as though they had attacking momentum, but not so. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. So a throw in here. Could play it in. Foden. Really good build-up, but no end product. Declan Rice. Marino. Is it going to be? Keeper did his job to begin with.
Well, it's still all level here, thanks to a marvellous piece of goalkeeping. Arsenal can't believe they're not in front here.
Trossard. Still pushing for that goal that would see them forge ahead. Not out of the woods yet. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Must be. Well, what a glorious chance to grab the first goal of the contest.
Well, you have to say that's a wasted opportunity to get their noses in front here. Golden opportunity.
Phil Foden. Now, who can he play it to? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Declan Rice. City moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? He read the situation defensively and did his job. Urian Timber. To take the lead. A goal to give them a 1-0 lead. An excellent value for that advantage, you've got to say. Gvardiol. Well, they keep working away, looking for an opening. Phil Foden. Doku. Chance to cross. Foden. On to Haaland. Magnificent challenge to win it back.
Well, the fans are going mad here. They think that was a penalty.
City move it forward with purpose. Silva. Nunes. On to Silva. The fans are shouting, shoot! Can they open things up? Well, if only he'd been able to stay onside.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Stay onside, and that could have been a really big chance.
Really closing him down. Oh, nice ball over the top. Could be. Reading it well. It's there for him. Still possibilities. I think the threat has been averted. Will he finish? Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. Corner to Arsenal. What can they do with this one? And looked again. Plenty of support here. And Bernardo Silva has it. Can he make it count? And that was goalkeeping right out of the top drawer.
It's absolutely remarkable. His reflexes were brilliant there.
And knocked out of there. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And so the first spot. The ball is moving again. City trailing going into the second half. Will they come up with the right response? Bernardo Silva. Determined defending. Yuri and Timber. Thomas Partey. It's with Ødegaard. This looks interesting. Still ahead by a goal and moving the ball with purpose. It might be. Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Throw into Arsenal coming up. Can they get in behind them? Very quick thinking there. Haaland. Well, possibilities in the centre. Now a decent position. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. And after all that, the keeper clutches it with glee.
Well, no wonder he's relieved. That was so close, inches away from a very good goal.
The importance of that tackle cannot be overstated. He doesn't have to do it on his own. Advantage, Arsenal. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Haaland. Well read to put an end to that attack. 30 minutes left for play. Trossard. Chance to finish. Oh, commanding goalkeeping. And a good take under duress there. Martin Ødegaard. Arsenal have given it away. Nico Gonzalez. It's a promising City move. Foden. Just looking for the right moment for that final pass. Surely the equaliser. And it's gone in. Just what was needed for Manchester City, who now have squared it. Gabriel. Thomas Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Thomas Partey. Timber. Partey. Rice with it. Arsenal pushing forward with options available. Martin Ødegaard. Declan Rice. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Well, he's certainly not alone. Marino. Big opportunity. Well, not strictly on the target, but denied by the woodwork.
Well, close, there's no doubt about that, but in the end, not quite close enough.
Mikel Merino. City did well to win it back. Well, from one flank to the other, but overhit. Mikel Merino. And forward go Arsenal. Do they have a late winning goal in their future? Well, the referee allowing the play to flow. Oh, fancy footwork. Rice. Well, can they open up the defence here? Must take the lead here. And they do. And with so little time left, that will surely be decisive. Astonishing drama. Gvardiol. Time is against Manchester City, but still they could hit back. Phil Foden. Foden. Chance to cross. Foden. With a textbook interception. William Saliba. It's with Mikel Merino. Oh, nice ball. Ødegaard. Now perhaps they can counter from here. Well, they seem to be onto something positive, but it faded away. And that's going to result in a goal kick. So there goes the final whistle. It ends in a victory for Arsenal. The game the fans have been waiting impatiently for. Now it's almost here, and both teams know they had better be ready. Hello and welcome. Absolutely ideal weather for football here in Manchester at the Etihad. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for analysis by Stuart. Building to a crescendo all week and very short. Hello and welcome to the Etihad Stadium. I'm Derek Ray and my commentary partner as always is Stuart Robson. And looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City up against Newcastle United.
Well, a quick start to the game is all important here today, and I'm sure both managers will have drilled that into the players. But they also have to play with composure and a tactical understanding. It should be a good game.
And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson begins in goal. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And the lone striker today is Erling Haaland. And here's the Newcastle formation. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. Firing it in. The crossbar got in the way.
Well, he couldn't strike it much better than that, could he? That was a great effort.
Decent looking pass. Bruno Guimaraes. Now, who can he play it to? Well, disappointing end to the move. That's a high-quality pass. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. Offside.
Well, he doesn't need to make his movement quite so quickly there. Just let the ball be played into the space.
And it's with Isak. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. Who can they pick out? And pull back. Well, going for power and so close to finding the net. Well, if you're the opposing defender, you've really got to keep a weather eye on Erling Haaland. What are you expecting to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, if you give free kicks away to this man, he'll punish you. He really is brilliant from dead ball situations and has got great technique.
Well, it's a really poor challenge. Now, what's the referee going to do about it? Well, he's certainly not alone, but a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Well, difficult for both sides to find any passing rhythm. Gonzalez. Phil Foden. Nunes. Well, the threat was very real. Marvellous defending. Counter-attacking, very much an option. Well, a disappointing end to that break. Haaland, and slipped through beautifully. He's in behind the defence here, and just putting it over the top. Guimaraes. Well, they have the ball once more. And foul it is then. Promising possession, this. Can he put it in? Well, that was the chance to extend their lead.
Well, that's a waste, really. He's got to hit the target there.
Oh, the keeper needed to do an awful lot better. And he clears it out of harm's way. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Trippier. Guimaraes. Oh, nice ball over the top to chase. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. They've regained possession. This could level it. Timely intervention. Almost at half-time and Manchester City facing a deficit. Stuart, interested to get your take as regards their first-half performance.
Well, they've not had quite enough purpose to their attacking play so far. It's all been a bit too predictable. But in the second half, if they can get more support to their strikers and play with greater intensity, they can certainly turn this around.
Can he find the right pass? Could be! And fired against the crossbar. And the flag does go up, offside. And the defensive intervention there. Guimaraes. And it's with Isak. Oh, great defending. Joelinton. Anthony Gordon. Here's Isak. Palmed away by the keeper. Distributing it well. Half time, that will do it for the first half. So back in business, the second half underway, and City trying to plot a route back into this one. Phil Foden. Gordon. And he read it well, intercepting it. Joelinton. Sandro Tonali. Oh, fancy footwork. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Haaland. Promising looking ball. An alert piece of defending.